All right, morning short it all, morning saga, morning work diver. You can see I've taken a couple pre-market trades that haven't really worked out, unfortunately. BLIN is one that I mean it was going, and I don't normally trade on stocks like this, but this looks like it wants to break out. I just and maybe I should have given it more room. Maybe it is going to break out, but um, yeah, it seems like it wants to go. Seems like it wants to go. But we've got to get in pre-market here. I mean, it's just 51 bucks. It's no big deal. We'll make that back pretty quickly. Um, but we've got quite a bit to go through on the list today. Codex is one. So Codex lost a lot of value yesterday, and I think it was because of earnings, and I think this is just profit taking. It could be finding support here. But here's the thing. Let me go ahead and preface, as I always do, with what's happening on the SPY. So the SPY came up perfectly back up to that trend line that we drew early on, and you can see that it pretty much tapped it, and then it's making its way down, which I figured that it would. Um, but the only question is this going to get bought up and shoot up through this trend line, or is this actually going to be a good trend line rejection, and are we going to get a little momentum to the downside? Now, I'll tell you this, and for someone who's pretty bearish, for someone who's pretty short biased, I cannot see the SPY just getting crushed today. It's Friday. Fridays are usually slower anyway. So I would think that if it did continue selling off, it may even just consolidate just around this area up here. It may just consolidate all day today. It may not have any kind of major run. You know how it does sometimes. It just kind of consolidates. It might have a good drop at the market open and come down maybe to some of these levels here, but then just kind of consolidate, or maybe even gradually move back up. I mean, right now, the bears have not really proven anything of any significance. Okay, so everything that I'm looking at today is going to be kind of with the context of what is the SPY doing, and obviously we've been doing that a lot here lately. But so even with Codex, I mean, even with Codex, I mean, first of all, I can't even short this. You can see it's on a short seller restriction, and the T symbol means you just cannot short it. So um, at least it's not shortable in light speed. But um, so I don't know. I'm probably just going to leave this one alone. I am. I'm going to take that off my list. JD is one that has just continued to um, go up and up and up again and up some more. And we had a decent move on it the other day. So this is kind of one that I'm watching. It's kind of like CSCO though. It's a bigger share float. It's in the billions. I think it's a. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a one. Basically a little over a billion share float. Okay, but apparently they had really good earnings, and this is so we're kind of going off of earnings right now with JD. um, and it can be a slow mover, but it can gain pretty solid momentum if you can be patient with it. And I kind of I'm prone to think that we're going to get a buy up on this today. So that's why it's at the top of my list. I'm actually considering going long on it. So if I do go long on it, I would probably, because it's a slow mover, I'd probably be comfortable going ahead and getting in with 400 shares maybe. And I think 400 shares, because here's the thing: if it goes against you, there's plenty of time to think about it to get out. Now, not necessarily right at the market open. Obviously, right at the market open, everything's as volatile and whippy as it gets. But I think once that after that initial morning volatility settles down, at least we'll say the initial market open volatility. Once that settles down in the first 5-10 minutes, and if you can find a direction, With 400 shares, you should be able to get in and out of that pretty quickly if it's going against you without, without losing too much. And but if it starts going in your direction, it gives you enough to where, say it moves 20 cents, I can start piecing out of my position, with as little as 20 cents on the move. And so, and then just see what the other, 300 shares does after that. So that's kind of my plan on it. Even if I take half my shares off the table at a 20-cent move, and just lock in $40 and just see what happens to that other 200 shares. So I will be looking to go long now. Now, if it proves me wrong and if it starts, coming back really significantly to these levels down here, essentially, I don't plan on shorting JD period unless the SPY is just tanking. I plan on longing it at some point. Now, if it gets an initial sell-off down to these levels, down to like the 49.72 or the 49.50, I'd love to see it come down to 49.50. And as a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and set an alert for that because I will want to be alerted. Let's clear these out. So JD, I would want to be alerted if it touches down, let's just say around 49.70. Okay. So look for support at 49.50-ish. Okay. So there we go. So that's kind of going to be my little note to self there, and be interesting. Be interesting to see if it gets down there and holds that support. And again though, if SPY just starts like tanking and crashing, then I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife here. And it could even go down to 49.30 area. So that'll be a good place to watch. AMAT is another one. And you know what? I need to look this one back up. Completely forgot what was going on here with AMAT. And of course, look at BLIN taking off without me. And there it goes, guys. There it goes. Man. This would have been a great move on those 400 shares. And I tell you what. I would love for this to pull back to like 38. I would totally get back in. See if we can get a quick drop down there to 38. See if we can get a move. I would take it there. Let's get a quick blow through 38. I may even go in a little less aggressively just in case it continues to go down to 28. May not even get that pullback. Let's see. Can we get it? Can we get that move to 38? Let's see if we can get that move to 38. Lock it in again. Let's just see what it does here. See if we can lock in 38 and try to get another move up, because BLIN can go. It can go. It can at least get up to 311, and after that, I mean, we're looking at maybe almost $4 here. So love to see a good quick flush down to 38, just a fake out breakdown past 40. There we go. There we go. Get a fake out breakthrough. This is the kind of stock where it would do that. It would totally crush through. It would come maybe even down to like 33, and maybe it might just even flush all the way, and I'll have to get out. But oftentimes you can get a breakthrough, a critical number like that, and it'll come crashing through. see where it is. Okay, I can't spend too much time on this. I'll see it if it catches my order. So AMAT, 900 million share float roughly. So let's see, was it earnings? Looks like it might have been earnings. Okay, solid earnings. Okay, so it did have solid earnings. Same thing though. I mean, it's almost a billion share float, so you got to think it's gonna, it's gonna move a little bit more slowly, and I would want to see this gap fill a little quicker. But looking here at the daily chart, there's a lot of levels here it would have to break through. Again, this is another one I don't think I would go short on unless SPY just is again losing its shirt. And if SPY is losing its shirt, then this will be a force to be reckoned with. But this is not necessarily on my list, at the top of my list. And as a matter of fact, yeah, this is going to come a little bit further down. I'm going to go ahead and just move this down. MU is one that is definitely on my list. MU is one that I used to trade pretty consistently. I've traded MU a lot. BLIN doesn't look like it's coming back, so BLIN is going to probably get bought up, and so I may jump on that one again. But MU is another one. Again, it's a lot of this is going to be dependent on the SPY. But what I do like is for a short, for short sake, it's coming pretty close to a critical level here at 42.51. And so if SPY is getting crushed, and MU is probably going to follow suit. So MU is another one, kind of along the lines of, what was it, JD. It's just a huge float, billion share float. So I think the big thing today is the trade war fears. They've got, there's headlines talking about how the trade war fears are adding to the virus fears. And, I think that there is a little bit of a bearish sentiment, but again, I'm not going to be too quick. Like, we got to think, how many times in the last month and a half has there been extremely bearish news? And the SPY just proves everybody wrong. The SPY just proves that it's strong and it can do whatever it wants to do. It just doesn't care, right? So, so that's definitely something that we got to constantly keep in mind. And MU, I think, is just kind of suffering the effects of some of that news. But I think it'll get bought up. BLIN is just cranking it, man. I tell you what, if BLIN, yeah, well, it's already gotten past 254. 311 is the next goal, and then anywhere between $4 and $5 really. After that, I mean, goodness gracious, man, I got in down here. I wish I just held on. It totally got me out. Entry point is everything, guys. Entry really is everything. But anyway, Apple's another one I'll be watching. Same thing, like the daily here. It looks like it could drop. It looks like it could come down here and into the 290s a little. We did well on Apple yesterday, and so I'll kind of watch for a similar move on it. CSCO, not really messing with. I'm going to take that off the watch list. Delta Airlines, there's not really a lot being traded on it right now. Uber, I don't know what's up with Uber. Uber got me a few times yesterday, guys. It did. Just kind of towards the end of the day. It was just so hard to get a read on that. But not many shares are being traded, so I'm going to remove that. Let's look at RCL, CCL. So 1.5 million shares so far in that. RCL, not really many shares at all. So BYND looks like it could actually be making a move to the downside today. We'll kind of just keep that on watch there. TWLO looks like it's forming a rollover pattern. Of course, this is when it would, poke up through here and, maybe do a fake out first. But I don't know why anybody, who was in TWLO, especially when its price back in March was literally half of the value, less than half of the value that it is right now. I don't know why people just wouldn't be taking profits on that. I think they're just waiting to see, like, is this going to jump even higher? Is it squeeze higher, whatever? Or are we going to lose our shirt on it? At some point, it's going to lose its shirt, and this is going to be a very good move to the downside, in my opinion. Now, it might not happen, but you can see here that I've drawn this trend line, and it has respected this trend line very well. Look at this. It's respected it, guys. It didn't even come all the way up to it yesterday, so it's weak. It's weak. But this is the day where it could just prove us all wrong and blow up through it. So we want to be careful with it. But if I start seeing some decent momentum to the downside, I'm gonna jump in on it. So that's one I'm watching too. But obviously there's got to be less of a spread and more volume coming in. Roku looks like it wants to tank. I think if SPY tanks today, I think Roku could follow suit. Roku, I think, has a lower price target, doesn't it? Let me see here. No, it's actually got a higher price target. So 128. So I was wrong about that, but one of these, there's one that we were trading that's got a much lower price target. Was it Boeing or maybe BYND? Or maybe Zoom. I think that was Zoom. Yeah, because I think Zoom had like $108. Let me look that up here. Well, it's $120 price target on Zoom. So there's a lot of potential moves here to the downside for these stocks, but the main ones I'm watching are up here. We got them up here on the list. TWLO, I would like to move that one up a little bit more. Put that up here. Might even watch AMD, guys. I'll put Roku up here too, because Roku's daily chart looks really interesting for a short. I mean, it really does. If it loses the 114.60 levels, yeah. But we've got to see volume come in, and Roku is often hard to get volume on. So JD, MU making a slight bit of a pullback, BLIN. So doing really well on the week though. So I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be the man today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. Like, even if I make $50 today, I'll be fine. And even if I'm down $50, I'll be fine. But I'd really like to catch a good move out of the gates. And I think that even looking here at AMD, as hard as this has been for me to trade, well, let me just look at this. It does look like it's got some pretty good support established right here. So if the SPY gets bought up, I think AMD will definitely be a good long. And look at that. Look at it shoot up like that. It's ridiculous. Okay, JD. JD is making its way down to those levels that I marked out. So this is good. This is good. Really want to see if it gets down to these 49.50 levels. Market's going to open up here in a minute. Yeah, MU does look good for a short. But if it holds this right here, like I would probably, like I said, I'd probably want a clear break of 42.51. I might even take it at 42.73. So I will want to know. Let's put it like this. I want to know if it gets down to 42.90. I'll set an alert on that. But I'm going to be watching JD out the gates here. So MU 42. 42.90. We'll add that there. And JD, going to watch as well. As long as SPY isn't getting any kind of a major sell-off, I will try to catch the fallen knife here. I'll try to enter JD anywhere between 49.30 and 49.50. So let's see, 49.40. Just jump in with 100 shares. Well, we'll jump in with 100 shares at 49.50. We'll do 40. But again, if SPY starts showing weakness, then I'll have to come out of that. BLIN making its way up. And there's a lot of buying there, but slow mover, guys, but slow mover here. Okay. There we go on JD. We're going to go ahead and buy. Going to get in 100 shares there. See if we caught the bottom there. Let's see if we can get a bounce up. If it comes down below 49.30, I'll consider getting out. There we go. Comes over 50, I'll add. There we go. SPY's pushing. Come on. There we go. Really need to see this come up. Let's see. Okay. There we go. We're going to get in there at 50. Let's see if we can get it. There we go. There we go. Continue to move up. Ah. You got to be kidding me. Okay. Got to come out. Man. Come on. Oh, I should have stayed in it. Should have stayed in it. Got faked out of that one. Let's look back at BLIN. Can't believe I missed that move on JD. MU's looking good for a long. pullback here. BLIN is struggling. There we go. It's going to move down into the 60s. It's a minor sell-off compared to the buy-in. SPY's failing. MU's failing. JD's looking strong. You went to SPY failing. See if JD still makes a move up. See if it. Let's look at TWLO. Not a lot of shares on this right now. Not a lot of shares being traded on this right now. Okay, we're going to jump in here, TWLO, and see if this continues to get a drop down through 188. Okay, SPY's getting a buy up. Where are we getting? 188.58. See if we can hold below VWAP. See if we lose VWAP here. We're not losing VWAP. We recovered VWAP. Very light volume being traded on here. It's probably dangerous to take this move. SPY's getting bought up to VWAP. TWLO still getting the push up. So we would want to take this at 189.58. If we can get that pull back. SPY's getting a really nice buy up right here. Trying to be patient. Man, this looks like it's just going to keep pushing. So we'll find out. JD looks like it could be coming down. MU. So we got whippiness, we've got choppiness. BLIN lost its lunch. Gonna remove that. Apple, chop, TWLO. Continuing to get squeezed. I'm caught in a short squeeze on this one, guys. Try to figure out a spot where I can average in, unless it just is planning on just going to the moon here. Man, what a recovery. What a recovery. SPY's making a move. We'll think about averaging in at some point here as it nears this. I want to see if it gets rejected off of this trend line. Let's see. I'll take a $50 loss on this if I have to, so we'll buy it back there at 189. See if we can get down there to 189. Short MU, stop over 45.20. Yeah, interesting. BYND looks like it's making another crazy move up. I'll go ahead and consider getting in here. 50 shares on BYND. TWLO is going to take me out to lunch. Going to finally break trend. Yes, it's breaking trend. So it's a fake out. Man, what a squeeze. What a squeeze on TWLO. Let's just see. It's moving with the SPY. It's moving with the SPY. SPY's getting a nice buy up here. Just want to see if there's a way to control this. And there might not be. So I have to be ready for that. But man, what a massive squeeze. What a massive, massive squeeze here on BYND, or on TWLO. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and average in with 191.30. And we'll see if we can get the move down to 191.30. See if we can get out break even on this. Maybe even 191.80. Say 191.70. Just because I think we could get a poke through down there. See if we can get out with that minimal loss. Come on. Come on. It's going to break down 191.30 or 191.70. There we go. There we go. Just pausing. Okay, I've got to come out half there, unfortunately. So TWLO. So I got to come out half there, but we've got a 194.03 average on those last shares. So let's see if we can get a move, a breakdown through VWAP and a move down to 190. where would it be? 191.03 maybe? 190.53. 190.63. See if we can get a move down there. In those last 50 shares. Okay. We need to move all the way back through VWAP. So let's just see if we can get that. I'll be patient with it. BYND. See if we can get a move down on BYND. And let's check back in with MU. Good job. Good call on the short, Yoni B. Good short on MU. TWLO is holding. See if it gets back above this, if it can stay above this trend line. See if BYND can continue its move. BYND 139.02. 137.02. 50 shares there. Really want to see it crush these levels at 138.25 and get a fill back down here. 137.02. I think we could get that. TWLO is continuing to get a rejection off that trend line so far. Hopefully we can get a move down here to 190. I think 190.03 was where I wanted to buy those 50 shares. So let's see if we can get that. See if we can get that flush down. Now, if the SPY continues to get bought up, don't know how that's going to fare for these other stocks. Okay, SPY's continuing to push. So we're going to be patient with it though, because I'm watching the daily on the SPY and it just does not look that good. So Roku, DAL. AMAT. AMAT is not looking too tradable for me right now. RCL kind of doing what it was doing yesterday. Really want to see TWLO fail off this trend and come down. But who knows? If the SPY remains strong, TWLO may remain strong. So just broke back above the trend. Let's just see what it does here on the 5-minute. SPY's pushing. Surprisingly, BYND is showing weakness in the midst of all that. So we're just going to be patient today. And do our best to control the losses. You know, biggest mistake on my part was trading TWLO on such light volume, getting in down here. I mean, this looked extremely bearish, but again, it's light volume, and these stocks can just be so easily manipulated. So it's typically not a good idea to, you know, to be too quick to jump in on these stocks. BYND. It was looking really good on BYND. I might even take BYND at 136. Let's see, I think this could come down to 136.03. So we'll get a really nice move on that. Hopefully between that and TWLO, if TWLO can officially pull back to these levels, then we should be able to recover most of the losses on the day. And they are pulling back. So, all right, guys, I got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, so TWLO still looking strong. Let me just give this a quick assessment here. I mean, this is it's very interesting. It's very interesting because it seems as though it's wanting to stay above that trend line, but I don't know, the buying pressure is really I mean, let's look at this for a minute. Let's look at this 15-minute candle. Look at this 15-minute candle. I mean, there's not another 15-minute candle like that, except for back here. And that was like the first day of the... Okay, so wait, we have this one and this one. They were incredibly strong on those days. And there was continued buy up after it. So, I don't know, guys. I mean, for some reason, TWLO is getting bought up, but I'm still going to stay in on it. I think I can add to it again, and we'll see if we can get a legit double top somewhere around 196. We'll see. Or are they going to get it or we're not? So, I mean, you know. It's just incredible. It's incredible. But I'll tell you right now, I mean, you know, and I will completely own it. I mean, this is definitely my fault for, you know, having such a bad entry point. Completely my fault. You know, and on a stock that I knew was being very, very thinly traded. So, bad call on my part. No big deal there. At this point, I'll consider taking it at 193. 192.73. We'll see if we can take it there. See if it breaks through. On the 5-minute. Go ahead and take it there. Make back some of our losses. Can we break? Can we get a break? Maybe even 192.63. I think if we break past that, we'll say 73. See if we can get that move. Come on. Come on, get a flush down. I'll even say 192.43, but I'll take it at 73 if there is a stall of any kind. We want to see a massive, massive flush here on TWLO. Really massive flush. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's get it. It's having a hard time, but just give it a chance. Give it some time to work out here. I don't even go down to 192.33. If this fails, it could come significantly down. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll take 25 shares off at 192.53, and I'll see where the rest of that goes. And if it breaks down through VWAP, we'll take it at 191.03 or something. So we'll just set it there. Come on. Let's get this flush. TWLO. Let's get that flush. Tell you what, it's just having a hard time breaking down through there. There it is. Can we get 192.53? There we go. There we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. Take it off there. I'll go ahead and unload the 25 shares there, and we'll let the other 25 shares run. Maybe even down to 190.53 since we took those a little early. All right. Would love to see just a complete fail. BYND. Come on, BYND. BYND might be just about to make its way back up over all this. Really want to see a fail, a continued fail, and come down all the way to 136.07. That would be nice. Okay, let's look at JD. JD's getting the fail. It's back down at these levels here, which I think is a good place for it to find a reversal. Uh-oh. Like it might want to see continuation. Oh yeah. JD is getting continuation. So lovely. Look at that rejection on the SPY 1 minute. We have to be going down, right? You would think so, but it's like I say, it's like you guys have heard me say a million times here lately. Nothing with this SPY surprises me. I mean, nothing. Not at this point. Not at this point. I used to be surprised. I don't think I'm surprised anymore. I don't know how I could be surprised. You know, it's just not. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Apple seems like it could end up making a move down a couple dollars from this point, but I think it would just depend on what SPY does. Does seem like it's got some previous areas of resistance here. It's also butting up against the 9 EMA on the daily. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but if the SPY continues, Apple will continue. Apple definitely is faithful to good old Daddy SPY. But we'll jump in 304.82 and give it a chance to work itself out here. We'll see if it starts tracking. If the SPY continues to lose some momentum, I think Apple could make a move down to VWAP, and I think we could get a good $2 move on those 50 shares. So I'll only entertain it for so long. I mean, again, if the SPY, and I'm watching the SPY, I've got the SPY up here. If the SPY continues to just truck on up, I'll get out of Apple. BYND seems like it's wanting to make a move down. I really want to see it get crushed through 136. I think if it does, I would take it at 135. Those 50 shares at one. Let me say 25 shares at 136.02. So that would be $75 on the first 25 shares. Okay, and that's if it breaks down through here. I think we could get to 136.02, and then I'll see what the other ones do. I'll see if we can get it to, I don't know, 135.02. Just go ahead and put out those orders right now, just in case I'm distracted later. So TWLO looks like it. Once has something to prove here, so okay, and the SPY has definitely got more to prove. I guess Apple could go all the way up to 308. I don't think I would want to hold through that, so may have to take a loss on Apple. Let me just do another assessment of the SPY here. So the SPY is moving up, although it's coming up on these levels right here. And there's a critical level marked out at 284.90. And if you look at the daily, well, here, let's pull it up here. Look at the daily. It's coming up against that 9 EMA and that trend line. So question is it going to get a rejection and finally start coming down to VWAP? It'd be very interesting to see how that works itself out. If TWLO gets back below this trend line and below VWAP, we're going to get a good solid move down on that. I will consider adding to Apple one more time. At 306.82. So we'll catch it there. We'll see if SPY can get a little bit of a sell-off. Yoni B says not a bad day for Friday. Might just call it a day. Yeah, call it a day, man. Yeah, don't jump back in. If you're up, dude, take it. Walk. Take it from somebody who's not up. Take it from somebody who's trying to get where you are right now, right? So, um, where do we get in? 304.82. So now I would be needing to take it probably at 303.82. So SPY's getting a little bit of a rejection at that 280. What was it? 284. 284.90 level. But I'll tell you what, we got to be got to be ready for a breakthrough on it. Good job, Sauger. Yeah, good job, man. Been consistent so far. Now the question I'm asking myself, how many trades does it take to size up? In one video I saw you're only 15 trades away from being a profitable trader. Does that mean if you're consistent for 15 trades, you can increase share size? I mean, honestly, I don't know how that works. I'm not privy to that philosophy or whatever, but um, that's a good question, Sagar. It's a good question. I would say size up gradually as you feel comfortable. I think that's the answer. I think that's the answer to all of this. Size up, you know, only at a level that you are comfortable with. So if you're going in, if you're used to, taking 100 shares, you know what? Size up to 150 shares or maybe 200 shares. Just don't move too quickly. Just don't move too quickly. I'll tell you what though, I'm really looking for a pullback on the SPY right now. Love to see a pullback. I would even consider getting out. I mean, if we get a big enough pullback, I'll take the $50. I'm not going to wait for a $2 move on this. I might even take 25 shares at 304. 34. Or 444. And we'll just see what the other shares do. Man, SPY is relentlessly strong. What is your problem, SPY? What is the problem? Ugh. It just won't die. Why won't you die? Reminds me of that movie. Why won't you just die? It's got to be a pullback, man. Come on. Let's get into the profit here. It's holding. Man, SPY is just... SPY is my Achilles heel. It's just going to continue to destroy me on all these trades. Come on. There we go. There we go. Come on. Get me out those shares. Get me out at 44. Come on. There we go. Okay, we got out the first 25. There you go. Then we'll, I guess 303, 44. Get out the next. TWLO, let's look for that to lose VWAP. BYND, let's look for that to lose 136.73. We've got 136.02 on the map. Come on. Come on, TWLO. Get crushed. Get crushed. You're worthless. You know you are. TWLO 194.03. I would go for one at this point in the game, 191.03. I would take it. Take it at 191.03. If it can crush VWAP, I think we can make it down to 191.03. I'm going to take those 25 shares there. If it gets bought up off of VWAP, you know what? I'll put it at 190.53 because I think it could test 190. And if it doesn't, if it's pausing, then I'll take it. I'll just take it down there. BYND, come on. Please break down this wedge. Let's see. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at that. Nice little bounce off of that. Looking for a critical break. Still think SPY's going to reject off that level. That's a pretty critical level. Just I'm gonna give it a chance to work itself out. Okay, there we go. It's coming down. Is it going to bring BYND with it? Come on, BYND. I really just want to see BYND break this wedge. I may even average back in on BYND. Pick up some more shares. If it rejects that wedge. Come on. TWLO, come on, break that VWAP. Break that VWAP. Come down. There you go. It's breaking VWAP. Oh, holding VWAP. breaking VWAP. Get down through previous day close. Come on, you can do it. Come on. We got 190.53, right? Come on. This is what TWLO does. It just loves to mess around. Loves to whip back and forth. $191.03. So I'm going to take out of BYND, or TWLO, I'm going to take 10 shares off at 191. Where is this? 191.43. Take 10 shares off there. I'm going to take the other 15 shares off 190.03. See if we can get this. BYND is getting the breakdown through that wedge. See it get crushed. Come on. Get crushed. Get crushed. 136. So BYND, we got 50 shares. So 137.02. Let's take 25 shares off of 137.02. We got 136.02, 135.02. We'll just change that there. $37.02. Apple's finding support for some reason. It's okay. Apple can find support. Come on. Break through. Where's our first take profit on TWLO? We got 10 shares at 191.43. Shouldn't take much to get down there. Come on. Mm-hmm. Take it at 191.73. So pause there. Okay, we're going to put it back. 191.53. BYND. $37.02. Man, it's having a hard time getting down there. Come on, BYND. What are you doing? Broke wedge. I'm gonna do my best to stick with it. Come on. Oh, come on. Do I really need to come out half early? Okay, I'm coming out half of BYND. Gonna remove 137.02. And we're gonna wait for 136.02 on the last 25 shares. Maybe 135.72. Okay, and let's look at TWLO again. TWLO, I've got an order of 10 shares at 191.53. Come on. Would you just take the orders at, I'm about to buy 10 right here. Just because this is getting ridiculous. Okay. So took out that 10 there. All right. Apple's making a nice turnaround here, unfortunately. Putting me down 25 bucks on Apple. Can't win for losing. But I don't completely trust this. SPY's having a hard time crushing it back up through that level. So, just don't know how I feel about it. BYND coming back up to test trend line. So let's see, Roku. Yeah, true, Work Diver. SPY's still below pre-market high. It's below the previous day close. That's why I'm trying to be patient on these trades, even with Apple. I think Apple can still come down and crush VWAP, and we can get a good move on that. 303.44. If that's the case, I might even take it at 302.44. What's that, 25 shares? Yeah. So I'm going to try to be patient with these guys. This was one of those days where I just kind of started off in the red, made a really, really bad decision on TWLO. I mean, I again, you know, I own that one completely. Just wasn't a good call. I admit I was, you know, I was missing those moves. You know, I missed that move on JD. First of all, JD just completely faked me out. I mean, this ended up being a beautiful long, and I called it. You know, and I called it. Was it JD or was it MU? Hold on. Let me pull out my, before I even begin, I'm pretty sure it was JD, but let me Let's see, trading, show executions. No, it wasn't JD. Or yes, it was JD. Here it is. So I bought it. Um, yeah, I bought it here, and then I averaged in again here, and I had 200 shares with like a right around a 49. Yeah, it was like a 49.70 average or 49.80 average or something. I don't know. You can see I only lost $1.50 on the trade, so the average was pretty close to here. But I had 200 shares, and it just I was impatient. I should have waited for it to come all the way down to 49.66. But it ended up blowing all the way up here. I mean, I would have been $200 and done. Although I think we all know I probably wouldn't have been done, but I wouldn't have FOMO'd into TWLO. I know that much. I would have been much more patient with it. I was eager to make something on the day, guys, and eager to kind of get out of that pre-market hole that I dug myself in. And even with BLIN, man, I wish I'd been more patient with BLIN. Because even with BLIN, I mean, BLIN was a beautiful, beautiful move. And I just, my timing was off, and I took it too soon. I could have made how much could I have made on that? It went up to 280, 200 shares. I mean, I would have made at least $100 scaling out. No, I had 400 shares. I think I had 400 shares at one point. Let's see, bought 200, bought another 200. Yeah. Well, then I sold, and then I bought another 100 there, and another two. So at some point I did. I had worked up another 400, and I had to get all out there at 228. I got out there, and then look at it ended up blowing up through the roof. I mean, that's such is the life of a trader. The market's a trader. The market betrayed me. Traitor. Okay. So TWLO finally getting a good, nice resolution to the downside. We're gonna buy the other 15 at 190.03. Is it 190.03? Yeah, that's where we got it. BYND might need to just come out of that, but I'll see if BYND can get a push down. We'll wait for it. There's no reason to not try to be profitable. SPY's continue to pull. I mean, it's testing VWAP right now, but I feel like this could I think this is going to go down. I'm going to wait for a pullback on Apple and add back into it. See how much of a pullback we can get. Not much. Let's just see. SPY's getting a nice buy up off of VWAP, guys, but I don't know. I don't want to get caught in any kind of chop. I really don't. TWLO is making its way down. TWLO is going to be a great move. There we go. SPY's getting bought right up off of VWAP. Apple's trucking along with it there. Man, what an incredible buy up. Is there something going on that I don't know about? Some kind of news catalyst that hit. It's a wicked buy up there. Wicked, wicked buy up. But I don't know if that's genuine. I have a tendency to think that it's a disingenuine buy up. It's forming a pretty big wick there. Yeah. It's coming back to earth pretty quickly. TWLO. See if we can get down to 190.03 on those 15 shares. Be pretty significant if we do. You know what? This could end up tapping. I'll take it at 190.33. Was that 15? Yeah. Just in case. Move that up a little bit there. See if we can get that 190.33. SPY's pulling back. So is Apple. Now if it pauses there, I'll move it back down to 23. Where did it pause? Paused at 48, so if it busts through 48. We'll keep it at 33. There we go. Should get the fill on it. Come on. Oh. Come on. Man, it's just a gradual sell-off, so I may even bring this down to 189.83. Let's see if we can pick it up there. If not, we'll exit out and get it at 190.03. Come on. Finding support. Yeah, I can see this. I can see this definitely losing its lunch down to those levels. This will be huge. This can even come down to 186. But this is a good place for a reversal, so I'll be cautious on it. Checking in with the SPY. Okay. SPY is holding VWAP. See if it can continue to come down past VWAP. Okay. Nice perfect bottom there. I'll tell you what, if TWLO fails this, I think it'll come down to, I may just see how far down we can get with this. Maybe even do 189.03. on those 15 shares. I'll just plug that in just in case. Man, Apple is just chopping. Apple's refusing to lose those levels. So I'll tell you what though, if it drops, it's going to drop. It's just going to drop. I'm going to go ahead and remove that right now. TWLO. Okay, well, come on, Apple. Just watching the SPY. If the SPY can break back down through VWAP and continue coming down, I think we'll get a good move. But if SPY continues to hold VWAP, it's not going to be a good look on any of these. So, okay, there we go. We're back in the red. Or back in the green on Apple for like 2 seconds. Man, come on. SPY's holding VWAP. Really is. But it's a chop fest. It's a chop fest for sure. Someone once described to me, they defined consolidation as an argument between the buyers and the sellers. There's an argument about what the price should be. And right now, nobody can decide. Should it be this price? Should it be that price? Should it be going down? Should it be going up? Now, by the indicators, well, if you look at the lagging indicators, at least, and then VWAP, I mean, you're looking at a more bullish scenario. Looks as though the bulls should be winning this argument. But if you're looking at the levels, it's looking like the bears still have a pretty darn good case. And I'm really trying to be patient with this trade. I really am. I'm trying to be patient with all of these trades. Would love to see SPY lose VWAP, make a continuation downwards, and finally get Apple to come test VWAP as well. TWLO looks like if it fails, it could continue making a pretty significant move down. It would be good for that. BYND is same thing. There's an argument. And I don't know if it's gonna track with the SPY or if it's just gonna move on its own. I mean, right now this looks like a pretty bullish case for BYND, so I may just want to get out on it pretty soon. I'll 139.02. Yeah. I'll be ready to get out if I have to. So TWLO, let's look at the 1 minute, the 2 minute. TWLO could be starting to form a pattern here. We need to get a good clean breakdown through 190 on this move right now. Apple's looks like it's wanting to come down with the SPY, but the SPY could continue in consolidation and could continue with this back and forth action on it. So really don't want to take a loss on Apple, especially when I can see this breakdown happening any minute. But truth be told, I may just end up having to take about a $25 loss on it. I think the entire market right now is waiting to see what the SPY does. Or I think all day traders, I should say. You know, what is SPY going to do? Is it going to drop? Is it going to lose VWAP? Or are we going to charge up? If we charge up, you know, everybody I think is going to follow suit. If we charge down, I'm going to dig myself out of this red hole today, or at least we'll say most of the way out. So but SPY is consolidating between two significant levels. This level here at 284.90, and then this level here at 283.64, and that just so happens to be where VWAP is. And man, we just need to see a break. We need to see a break here. But it is sitting right on top of the 20-day moving average on the daily. So we are looking at 283.64 as that 200-day moving average, or 20-day moving average. So as long as it's sitting on top of that and can't break it, whatever. I mean, I think it's going to go up. But if it can break it, if we can just snap right down through it, it would be the best case. It's trying. It's trying. If the market starts pulling, this is going to be really good for all of this. Well, I don't know about BYND, but I think TWLO will follow. Okay, so SPY lost it, and it's knocking on the door to VWAP right now. It's knocking on the door to VWAP. Tell you what, guys, every time it hits it, it gets bought up. Every time it hits it, it gets bought up. So don't know how to call it quite yet. Pressing towards VWAP. We need to see a break of VWAP on SPY, and then a break of that previous low back at 1036. Come on. There we go. TWLO continuing to move. It's good. Love to see it break these levels right here. You know what? I'll take 7 shares at the break of, so we'll say 189.70. We'll see where those other shares go. Here, I'll just take it at 190.03. So we got 8 shares left. SPY has officially broken through VWAP. It's making its way down. We broke that previous level here, this one I was telling you about at 1036. And guys, I'm sorry for not engaging too much in the chat. This has just kind of been one of those days where it's been like, man, you know, I gotta focus. So I'm just heavily watching this stuff right now. BYND is getting the breakdown. We want to see BYND break 137.26, and then we want to see it break 136.73. And we'll start taking taking half shares off after that. So want to see a continued move down. See if Apple can break VWAP. All of these are finally breaking. I think we could get a move down to 302. So we got in at 304.82. So I'm going to put it at 302, 304.82, 302.82. 25 shares. 302.82. See if TWLO can move. See BYND. BYND is finding support here, and I do not like that. Crossed over the trend line. It looks like it may be finding support off the trend line. We really need to see a break right here, or I'm going to be compelled to come out. Now I could come out at least half the shares. I don't really want to do that yet. But I'll do what I got to do. There we go. Nice move. There we go. Bring it down to 137.02. We'll get off, let's say, we'll take off 10 shares at 137.02. That'll be an extra 20 bucks to the P&L. Wait a second. Let me look at these levels here. 126, 137.03. So yeah. So 137.02. We're going to buy 10 shares. There we go. Can we get them? There was a pause there, so which makes me want to go for 136.82. Yeah, we just crossed back under there, so 136.72 I think is where we could pick up those other shares. I think we'll get a flush down there. We should get a flush down there. If not, I'll pick them up at 136.92. There we go. There we go. We'll see a continued flush. Come on. Come on. Okay, so 137.02. There we go. Okay, so we got those 10 shares out there, and we are going to look for a continuation down. Let's check out Apple. Let's check on Apple right now. So SPY is bouncing off of this level right here, which I think was yesterday's pre-market low. No, pre-market. Oh, was it? Pre-market high. I think it was yesterday's pre-market high. Okay. It's a significant level, but I'm not really buying the narrative here on that. I think SPY is gonna continue making a leg down. But then again, you guys know I love to say this. This is like my favorite saying. Then again, it is the SPY. It's nothing surprises me. Nothing, absolutely nothing surprises me with this junk anymore. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Let's see. I'm going to look for TWLO to just completely lose its lunch today. So Apple, going to be patient with this. Let's see what the SPY does. Let's see if it, gets a nice little buy up. Let's see if we get some places where we can add in. You can see right now that SPY is getting bought up off of yesterday's pre-market high, and it's coming up all the way to, what I'm looking for is it to come all the way up to VWAP and get a rejection here. So if it comes up to here, I will go to Apple and add to it in anticipation for a rejection and a return back down here. Now, if I get the add and then it continues pushing up past this previous 5-minute candles high, I'll get out and I'll take a loss on Apple. But that right now, that's kind of going to be my plan. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, and SPY is losing its lunch all day long. I may even look for a move down here to 302. I'm just going to remove the here. We'll take it at 302.84. We'll take 10. We'll take 10 there, and then we'll take the other 15 at, let's say, 301.84. Would it be? Oh, come on. Are you going to teeter right around that edge? Come on. Look at Apple just teasing me right there. And come on. SPY's tanking, brother. You got to go. You got to go. You have no mind of your own. You have to follow Daddy SPY. Right? Like, come on. With the freak, man. Like, ugh. Okay. You know what? Just for that. Because I think you can come down to 64. So just for that, I'm going to take that first 10 at 302.64. Like I'm teaching it a lesson. Just for that, Apple, I'll show you. You're going to pay me more. Okay, TWLO is just all kinds of whack right now. Let's see, 188. Yeesh. SPY's losing its lunch, but I have to be careful with it because it could get. Let's see. Matter of fact, I might want to take these. Yeah, I'm going to take these at what, 89. There we go. I'm going to take them there just in case. And then I'll take the other 15 at 301.82. We'll see if it can make it down there. We've dug ourselves out of the hole just about, guys. I mean, there's really nothing. There's not going to be really much more for me to do after this. Today's just about breaking even. Good exercise on averaging in, being patient with trades. Um, Obviously hindsight would tell you, well, you should have held longer on TWLO, and you wouldn't have had to take such a big loss. Well, yeah, what the freak, like I don't like what that's the number one thing about trading. I think we all know by now. I think if we don't, then we really haven't learned much about trading. But hindsight is 2020, guys. We're millionaires in our hindsight accounts, as Clay Trader would say. For those of you who don't know Clay Trader, you got to look him up. He's got a pretty cool strategy. I think I've talked about him before. Some of you guys might know who he is, but um, there's always the woulda, shoulda, coulda's in trading, but we have to stay away from that because, I mean, truly, I think the more that we do that, we end up taking that game, that mind tricking, mind screwing mentality into our actual trading. And it's just not good. It's not good to go into your trading saying, well, man, if I do this and if I do that, but if it does this and if it does that, like, you know, you just need to look at the pattern. You need to look at the price action. You need to watch, just trade your strategy, guys. Just trade your strategy. And not saying that you shouldn't stop and consider, like, okay, well, what could it do from here? I mean, yeah, obviously, but that the what could it do from here type of question that you begin asking yourself needs to come from what you're seeing in the charts, not from what you feel like it might do because it did it the other day to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody on the end of this pushing a button doing anything to you. Okay, that's why I said, when I'm sitting here, like, I'm talking to Apple as though, like, I'm teaching Apple a lesson, as though Apple is a human being who is going to learn from me profiting from him. It gets ridiculous at that point. But I think we can do that. We can end up playing those games with ourselves, and we stop watching the price action. We stop looking at the charts. We stop trading our strategy. It's always been about, and it's always going to be about sticking to your strategy, sticking to the rules, and watching the chart and the price action play out. So let's see if we can get this final move down here on Apple. See if we can get that fill. I am watching SPY, and so here's what I'm watching on SPY. SPY looks like it could be forming a base right here. I want to see a continuation. If we don't get that, I'm just going to come out on Apple. But you can see Apple's doing the same thing. It's got a higher low. Look at SPY, higher low, getting bought up. Look at Apple, getting bought up. There's no coincidence here. But what we really want to see is continued weakness and a flush to the downside. This is where, I would say again, now where I would have added up at VWAP, now where I would consider adding is up here. So if SPY comes up here, I'll add to Apple. And then if it ends up, breaking, we'll say breaking VWAP, I'll get out. And I'll continue and add up to VWAP, because oftentimes SPY can come all the way back up and butt around VWAP and these moving averages and then roll back over, at least for a retest. Now, if it forms a higher low, I'll have a bigger position in Apple, and I can get out on that bigger position there. And it'll be worth my while. But anyway, let's revisit TWLO. Okay, and let's revisit BYND. So BYND made a good solid move down. It's like it's wanting to come back up. So I think BYND is just pulling back with the SPY. Same with Roku, same with Dow, same with RCL. They're all just kind of coming up with the SPY right now. Again, I know there's probably comments coming through the chat, but give me just 1 second here. Let me just see how this is going to play out. TWLO has a brilliant opportunity to break down through the lows, and if it does break through lows, it could come significantly down into the 180s. But I want to be mindful if it's turning around. If we retrieve the 20-day moving average, I'll probably just need to come out. We want to see definite continuation here on Apple. JD just lost previous day close. Okay, Apple's coming up. Okay, TWL has, or TWLO, I should say, needs to get a good sell-off here. It's confirmed above the 9 EMA on the 2-minute since 10 after 10 this morning. So that's not good. Okay, so now I'm going to look to get out. Going to look to get out these last 8 shares. $189.43. See if we can get that. 189.43. Otherwise, we'll get out at 190. Removing that order just because I'm going to put in a stop here. Stop by at 189. And let's just see if it can move down. Let's see if Apple can continue to move. See about adding in. Okay, we're out TWLO. BYND getting a nice rejection here. We've got 15 shares at 139.02. It might be good to add 15 shares here. We could be getting a rejection. Let me get rid of this trend line here. Could be getting a rejection off these levels and make a continued move down. Let's see. Attempt to drive back up. It's a VWAP, but it's getting a rejection off this level. Nice buy up on the 15 minute though. Nice buy up candle there on the 15 minute. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. It's butting up against this level here, but if you look here on the 15 minute, it's a really nice buy up on the 15 minute. This is very bullish, you know, with that wick there, but you know, but then again, you know, you had this here. Now I don't know if this was a misprint, and that is probably a misprint. I don't know. It'll be interesting, guys. It'll be interesting where we take this. Half if it can get my order at 302.6. TWLO. Interesting look on the 5 minute. JD. Looks like it's finding support at previous day close. This could be a reversal moment here. I'd be willing to take 100 shares. Really need to see SPY continue to pull. Otherwise, we got to get out these 15 shares on Apple. And as a matter of fact, I'll just get out at 303.31. Stop. Let me just make sure of that. 20. Well, 41 is technically where I get out, but there we go. Good strong move to the downside there. It's holding though. Man, SPY is strong. Okay, I'm going to put a buy stop at 303.31. SPY's getting the continuation up. Is it superficial? We'll find out in a minute. See BYND. Okay. So we're going to do a stop at 303.21. Buy stop 15 shares at 303.21. Really need to see it come down. Come on. Probably about to get out on Apple. Okay, we're out on Apple. BYND, we'll get out at 1, let's see, 139.02, so 137.62 we'll say. So we'll put in the stop, 137.62, stop buy. All right, so we'll do what we got to do right here, guys. Let me come back up through here. Man, BYND is going to get me out. Oh well. Is what it is. You know what? I'm going to hold on to my shares and I'm going to average in. Because I think this move on SPY right now is dirty. I think it's a dirty move. I think it's as disingenuous as you can get. Man, look at that. There we go. Oh, I called it. I wish I had jumped in on it. Man. That would have put me green on the day. I should have stuck to that, guys. This is why I said when I was in my video the other day, my recap, I make a lot of good calls, but dadgum, I wish I took half of the ones that I called. Um, because my good calls far outweigh my bad calls. Typically. I'm not going to say all the time, but typically. At least we reduced TWLO from being a $260 loser all the way down to just $100. That's pretty good. So, okay, so Sagar was out. Yoni B. Let's see. So you took a lot. Okay, move and stop. Okay, so you had a stop on ACB. Out half ACB, most likely holding the rest into the close, possibly swing. Let me check that out. Let's see what you're looking at here. Oh, nice. Yeah, ACB can move. Good call. Good call on ACB. Yoni B. Yoni B on ACB. It's got a billion shares, so it's yeah, it's gonna be a slow mover. I think I can be with you on that one, man. I think I could yeah, catch along on that. I can catch along on that. See if we get a move down to the 60s. I'd consider jumping in there. I'll actually pop it up here. I think I would, let's see, 52, let's say 62. Where would it go? Might go down to 62. $58. We'll buy it at 58. Yeah, you never know. ACB might be a really good swing. At least, like you said, into the close. JD making a bit of a pullback. Man, I wish I had bought the bottom here. Would have been a nice move. Really nice move. on one second. Hold on, give me one second. Yes, Uni B, I am on mute. Give me one second, man. I got a call I gotta take. All right, what's up, guys? I am back. And then SRNE. What's going on with that? Good Lord. Yeah, what's the news on this? Okay, that's nice to know. I wonder if we could make a good solid move to the downside on this. It says it's easy to short, but let's get a starting position, I guess, here. See if we get a good short starting position there at 58. Let's see. See if we can get a good move down. Can we? So we're going to keep buying up. Let's see. Looks like it wants to continue buying up through 9. Not quite. Let's see. See if we can get down through 58. Now it keeps getting bought up. So come out half there just in case. Oops. Did not come out half. Come out half there just in case. Let's see. See if we get a move down to, it's holding. Looks like it's going to test 9. Probably going to test 9 a couple of times, yeah. A lot of buying pressure that would come into here. Be interesting to see. There we go. 50, 40s. Come on. Oh wow, what a buy up. What a buy up. Let's see, we're looking on the 5-minute. If we get a push up through 9, I may have to come back out. Got a nasty buy up there. Should be all right. See if we can come down to, I guess I would take it at, see, I may have to get out here. If it fails here, there's so much buying going up here. If it fails here, I don't know. There we go. 778 buy. It's going to get bought up again. Yeesh. Doesn't look good. Come on. I mean, it's holding, but if it comes through 8, comes through 8, we're going to be get a good little move here. Comes through 8. There we go. Nice. Nice. There we go. Here, I will come out half there. And we'll see if we can get another good strong move down. Can we? And there we go. Half there. There we go. All right, 40 on those shares. So I think I'm good, guys. WB. Okay, I don't know, Matt. The news seems very strong on SRNE. Wouldn't short that. It was, for me, it was just a scalp. It was, coming in on these highs right here. And I did check the daily chart here, and it just looked like we could be meeting some resistance right around this point. You can see where it touched up kind of in these areas around the 850 mark multiple times, just throughout the history. So I just didn't know if there'd be a temporary pullback. I'm not saying it's not going to go down today. It may end up going down, but you can see that was a pretty good move. That put us up a lot more on the day, and we're probably paying for commissions on that. So people are calling this stock the new mRNA, but with actual results. What is WB? Is this, you're calling WB? Is this what you're calling here? It's not a lot of or does WB mean, does that mean something? Like, watch out, boy. Welcome back, got you. Man. So ACB looks like, so let's here, I'll throw SRNE back up here just in case we have an extra little something. This is kind of where it would trick everybody out right here. It looks like it's weak. This is kind of where, it could go either way, but this would not be the place to get in. You would want to either see, if there's going to be a breakdown here, and of course, if there is, then that one's pretty much going to be done for. But if you have a shoot up to these levels here and then it can't break through again, that would be interesting. ACB cannot be shorted, so I'm not really too concerned with that. Finally, look at this. Finally got the break. Did this get me out right at my? No, it didn't. But BYND finally got the break, right? So would have been nice to be a part of that. TWLO. Matt, the comeback king from red to green. Walks in, shorts a runner, makes money. Only Matt, LOL. Yeah, well, Matt can lose money doing that too. So, again, it's look. If you guys haven't picked up on it from now, or picked up on this yet, which I think you have, I am huge on previous areas of support and resistance. I mean, I don't mind. For me, it's kind of like, what does it matter? Like I was up $17 on the day. And it's kind of like, well, I mean, this is a wash day for me anyway. I mean, even if I lose another $50 on this trade, I mean, what does it matter? Really, what does it matter? At that point, but we ended up making $40. That's when you're actually in the best place to trade. That's the best. That's when you're in the best place, right there. Is when you kind of have that confidence of like, who cares? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Look at this. SRNE just getting crushed. What is the news on SRNE? SRNE. It's got a 20% short float interest. Okay, it claims it has a coronavirus cure. So, yeah, that is good news. That is good news. But we really need to see some kind of support established. Otherwise, this is just going to get crushed. 7 has a really good area of support, maybe even down into like 688 or something like that. I think 688 could be. I would try that on 50 shares, and then I would sell it right back up at 728. I think we'd get back up to 728. I think it'll break that EMA on the 5-minute and then pop right back up. Get a quick little scalp there. All right, guys, I'm done. I'll hold ACB over the weekend as long as it stays over 10. Have a great weekend, guys. See you on Monday. All right, Yoni B, see you Monday, man. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna get out of here too. I've got some work I've got to get to, so just want to see. This is some good action here, so let's see what we can do. Might make a move all the way back up. If it doesn't, I'll consider a short. ZM. ZM is kind of double topped here. I wouldn't mind getting in with 25 shares. I think we could lose. I think if so SPY is up here, kind of testing these levels, not quite making it up there. If it double tops and pulls back, I think that could pull back ZM too. Let's zoom out here and just kind of see. I'm going to take that order off of SRNE. Yeah, I mean ZM pretty consistently has buy-ups like this, buy-ups and pullbacks. You get buy-ups and pullbacks, buy-ups and pullbacks, buy-ups and pullbacks. I don't see why it couldn't. It's just not as good of a risk to reward from here. I think 25 shares. I would take 25 shares at, because I think we could test 171.74. So I would take it at 173.74, and I would be essentially risking 25 to make 50. So 173.74. I'll go ahead and put that order in there. See what SRNE is doing. Matt, question about CMEG. Did it take longer than a week for them to review your account? Yes, it did. As a matter of fact, it took longer than I thought it was going to take, which I was pretty upset about. I remember, I had to call them on a couple occasions just to make sure that they were still reviewing it. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it took over 2 weeks, actually. I was going to say I think it took 2 weeks, but now that I really think about it, I think it was, I don't know, maybe 2.5 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks. I do remember thinking to myself, okay, this is getting ridiculous. I'm not hearing anything. What the heck is going on? So yeah, I mean, when did you submit? How long's it been? I don't know if I'm going to get the pullback, guys. And if I do, man, I knew JD was facing a potential VWAP rejection. I don't know why I didn't jump on that. Well, I know why. I'm just a little nervous today. Digging myself out of the hole like that is no easy task. TWLO. This stock just really fakes me out. Saturday. Oh, you just put in Saturday? Yeah. Yeah, it could easily be another week, maybe even week and a half. They'll get it though. They'll get it. One thing I did notice about Capital Markets Elite Group, you always feel a little shady with these offshore brokers. I mean, and I think Shore Trader is a Friday of last week or Friday of last week. Okay, I think Shore Trader is a big reason for that. Shore Trader made everybody sketchy, but I think with my experience with Capital Markets Elite Group, they have been a very well maintained, very professional broker. They've had some pretty decent customer support. Now, is it going to be the same as something like Lightspeed or Fidelity or E-Trade? No, no, but um, it's it's pretty on par. It's pretty up there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a bad service. It's not a bad service at all. It's a pretty, like, I remember feeling very good about CMEG. I remember feeling very good about them. They were pretty darn good. So so they'll get it. They'll take care of it. Like I said, it may be another week and a half, and maybe not. I mean, you could get approval Monday, Tuesday. What I would do, maybe do what I did, and what I did is I called them. I mean, it was just plain and simple. I called them. I just said, hey, I just want to make sure that um, I just want to make sure we're still, my account's still being reviewed. I think I called them, might have emailed them once, and then waited a few days and called them and said, hey, listen, I put my uh, whatever in. I put my submission in. I submitted to open an account with you guys like 2 weeks ago. What's going on? And so, oh, I remember what it was. So I think a week had gone by. A week had gone by. I called them and I said, I put this in a week ago. And then another maybe half a week or week went by and I called them again. I followed up with them again. And I think I did send an email somewhere in there also. You don't want to be a jerk. You don't want to bug them. But at the same time, you want to just let them know that, like, I'm here and I'd like to, get this done. And I don't know if that expedited things at all. I don't know if that expedited the process, made things go a little quicker. Maybe they thought, man, this guy's, called and emailed, and what's taking you guys so long? Can you get this guy's account open? Like, I don't know what they were doing on their end. I don't know if that helped, or it just may have been that they just had a lot of submissions and they just had to take them in the order that they came. So, but at least you do, at least you're vocalizing to them that, hey, I'm ready. I'm ready. Are we still good? And who knows, maybe that can do something for you as far as, speeding up the process. Presidential is on about the vaccine, watching SRNE for crash or pump. Okay, good. Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks Notre Dame. I mean, it may, like I said, maybe it was a week and a half. Um, but this is good. This is, you want to make sure that, if you're going to do this, you want to do this right, and you want to make sure you're ready. Don't be too much in a hurry for it, man. Just stay in that simulator. Keep trucking along in that simulator. I think I would be good to take 50 shares at 25, maybe? Man, it's holding. Oof. Is it going to go? I mean, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, guys. I'm going to buy at 640 and then sell at 670. Man, it just keeps dropping. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know. Having a hard time getting a good read on this one. Gonna remove that. Gonna remove RCL. Gonna remove CCL. Looks like SPY's double topping. ZM just continued to go down. Never got the pullback I was looking for. But we can see it made it down there. So, well, almost. We were looking for 170, 172. Roku making a good break through those levels. SRNE. ACB getting the drop. Gonna remove that. We're having a BLIN. Eesh. Man. TWLO. But a nice move up. This is where SRNE could just come and squeeze everybody out. A nice short squeeze all the way up. Matt, when you shorted it, you almost top ticked it. Yeah. Well, again, and so note again, I'll show you here. Yeah, you're right. Almost, almost. I took some of my shares off here, which I kind of wish I would have let it play out a little bit more. I had a chance to, um, but yeah. Yeah, we almost called the top. But again, this was the top that I was calling right here. And again, it goes back to some of these levels back here. Roughly like, from here, the 850 levels up here, but those also um, line up pretty decently. I mean, really with, all these levels here from basically 840 up to 8 or up to 940 seemed like a good spot. And I actually, when I first took the trade, I thought to myself, I don't think I announced this, but I was thinking I'll take 100 shares and then I'll take another 100 shares up here, and I'll even take another 100 shares up here and see if we get a quick drop. Because usually when stuff like this is happening on stocks like this, um, you can get a move like that. There, it's a bigger float. It's a 100 million share float, so that it doesn't always just take off the same way that a really really low float stock would just massively take off and skyrocket. Like you have more chance on these stocks to get pullbacks. Um, so again, I'm just seeing how there's a lot of levels all through here, that there's consolidation all through here right around that 850 to 950 area, just all through here. And really what I should have done is I should have just taken 50 shares to start. I shouldn't have taken 100 shares, but I was just going for a quick scalp. So but I don't know, it may blast back up through there. It's looking kind of promising. I don't know. It may be forming a little resistance here. This would be a low risk trade right here. You could get in 50 shares and just get out if it breaks through all this, or you could put your stop here. But you got more of a chance of this getting flushed down, into the 680s or whatever, than coming up here. But let's just see how this reacts. Because I think we'll get another retest down here. Now we may not, and if we don't, we're going to definitely squeeze out. But again, it's just a low risk trade. It's a low risk trade. I mean, that's the idea. You're risking roughly 15 20 cents for 30 40 cents. See if it gets down into the 80s here. See if we would have been right about that. There it goes. There it goes. And not quite. Not quite. We didn't get the full 40-cent move there. So I probably would have gotten out with a 30-cent win. Probably would have just taken it off in the 90s. Which, would have only put me up an extra 15 bucks on the day. I mean, again, this would just be for scalping purposes. Now, if you're more patient than me and you let this work itself out, you would definitely see it, or you have a good possibility of seeing it break through the 90s, and then of course in that case you would want to move your stop down to the 70s. But it was just a nice low risk move there. Now, if this makes it back above, obviously we don't know where it's going to go from here, but we could be looking at a very significant short squeeze coming on. Okay. My ex stole my crystal ball. You got a crystal ball? No way. Looks like it's heading bull again. Yeah. Yeah, this could be a nice short squeeze. So I would look to, top fish, maybe, throw in 50 shares here and there, just, because again, I can't see it just getting a massive. Now, I could look. I've been wrong about this stuff before. It's not like it's a sure thing that it's going to behave this way, but it could just go straight up and skyrocket past 9. But I don't think that it's lost so much value right now. I think people are a little sketchy. I think people are going to be a little sketchy with it. So, tell you what, this is low risk. You could risk roughly 15 bucks here. 15 bucks to now make on 100 shares. Let's see how much selling comes in. Buyers keep buying it up. 15 bucks basically to make probably 30 on 100 shares. See if it squeezes up here. I guess I could just sell 50. Okay. Look out. Here it comes. Is this going to squeeze? Is this going to squeeze? Let's see. Man. Couldn't push up. Couldn't push up. It's looking a little bearish right now. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get in. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oops. Buyers held. Buyers held, guys. We get back over 720. Okay. Buyers held. Man. Let's see. Studies. I actually tried to get out, but it wouldn't let. I accidentally typed in that A there. I don't even know what that was. Fail. Epic fail on that. Look at the 2-minute. So 730 is. It's getting aggressive. Man, it's tightening up. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Come on. Oh, come on. Okay, coming out. Yeah, I guess if I wanted to let it go a little longer, I could do that. Stop it at 725. SPY's getting a rejection. I'll tell you what, if it squeezes, this is where it would be. Man, it's just getting this back and forth, back and forth. Is this going to be the squeeze? There'll be a lot of people buying themselves out up here. 737. Tell you what, this is primed. Primed and ready to go. Slowing down on buyers, yeah. seems as though it is, but I don't know, man. This may just be a chop fest for a while. Where's the previous 5-minute candle? Oh, it's about to go. 725. Yeah, if this breaks 690, I think it's got a lot of room to run. There you go. Yeah. Chop fest. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll give these stocks one more run through. JD, MU, Apple. Man, ZM shot all the way back up, so it did not get all the way down to my price target like I thought it would. ZM does this. ZM loves doing this. It's like its favorite thing to do. Get a nice clear downtrend, clear break of VWAP, and then squeeze up as far as you can. Get everybody out. Just get them all out. How can SRNE go up again? By probably, I mean, it's gonna take a lot to get it to go up. You know, again, it's a bigger float. It's a bigger float. But you get enough guys coming in here, and I mean, if you get enough buyers coming in to pump this thing, and you can commit to creating a massive short squeeze, you'll get a lot of buying up to these levels, at least up to the 850 levels. I have not tried to trade ZM since my first try. It chopped me up so bad. I don't have the experience to touch that one. I don't really either, man. I mean, the only thing I could ever say about ZM, well, we are kind of nearing all-time highs. Well, not really. We're still several dollars away from it, but you know, this is one of those stocks where it would be interesting to at least start taking position here. Because it's probably gonna just squeeze up and then come all the way back. So, but right now you got a lot of stocks that are moving on bullish momentum with the SPY. The SPY is getting a nice little buy up here. I have a feeling, just, I mean, it's a Friday, so we got to think about that. I have a feeling it's going to tap that and run back down. So I'd feel all right going short on, one of these stocks. Even like JD, I think I'd be okay going short here and maybe 200 shares and getting a good, I don't know, 20 cent move maybe on those 200 shares. And then averaging in if it came all the way up here. It would be interesting. Yeah, if it got up to the 50, 30 to the 50, 60s. I'd kind of be interested in that. I would even take it. I would take we go. Come on, let's get one more little push up. I'm not gonna FOMO into it. I'd love to get another push up on JD just because we got some good, well, actually it's kind of already met those levels here. Yeah, 50-20, there's a lot there, 50-24, okay. So I was looking at these levels up here as another entry point, so I might have missed that one. But you can see how it taps those, and then you get a good strong move down. I mean, if you were ballsy enough to take 500 shares on something like that, you'd be up $100 right now. SRNE broke the 20 on the 5 minutes. Don't see any bulls favoring that thing anymore. Well, I take that back. Yeah, don't. I mean, don't be surprised, man. I mean, this. That's why we got to be so careful with these stocks. I mean, we really do. CZM is just, what did I tell you? It'd be good to take a little small position. It just does this. It does this. I've seen it do it so many times. And it's going to just come all the way back down here. Or it may squeeze up a little bit more. Again, if the SPY remains strong, this may actually have reason to squeeze up a little bit more. But you could have at least gotten in with, 100 shares here and made a quick $30, which... Again, it just kind of goes back to what I tell you guys all the time. I mean, I've got a really good eye for this. I've got some really good calls, but unfortunately, I don't take half my calls, and I wish I did. Because I am right more than I am wrong, and that's a big plus in this field. Let's see, Apple, MU, JD. I won't be ballsy for the first few months. Yeah, don't be too ballsy, man. This will, man, when you come in, just come in with just high regard for the market. Pay your respects to the market. Just come in and I mean, if I were you, I would literally just come in and I would commit. I would just say, you know what, this whole first week. And yeah, that's a good point. Maybe you should just start taking 25 shares position on the quick calls just to build confidence. That's basically what I've been doing. If you think about it, a lot of the trading I've been doing is just, piddling around with 25, 50 shares. We've come out pretty good most days doing that. I'll take a loss today. Today's going to be, maybe like a $10 loss. It's, but this is a green week. We've done really well this week. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 39 tickets. That's basically $39 plus. Let's just say maybe. Well, there was a 400 share position here, so maybe 42. There was another 400 share. So let's say 43, 44 plus ECN fees and all. It was at $50 on the day. So I probably lost $20 today, or lost, we'll say 17, $18 today, which is fine. It is what it is. This week has been a great week. Nice week, green week. But yeah, back to what I was saying, Notre again, man. If I were you, and again, this is just if I were you, or if it were me, let me put it like that. And I will go ahead and preface this once again with the fact that I am not a professional financial advisor. Trading is considered high risk. If you trade at your own risk. There we go. It's been said. It's been thrown out there somewhere in the ether. but yeah, if I were if it were me, I would come in. Well, let me ask you this, and maybe this is too much. If you don't want to discuss this, just you can just kindly let me know. I won't even I won't push it, but it would be interesting to know. And I think you've told me before how much you're starting with, but if you don't mind, I would like to know how much you're funding in your account. I know you said something about funding an additional $400, but with that $400 altogether, like what's the total that you're funding the account with? Um, and again, if you can just be, no, you don't even have to reply. If you just don't want to say, you don't have to reply. And I'll keep it moving with what I was going to tell you, but I'll give you a second for that because I know there's a lag. I know there's a delay on this. So I was initially starting with 1K, but I'm looking at 2,200 now. The longer CMEG takes, the more money I have in trading savings. Okay. Okay, 2,200's good. 2,200's good. Um, I know you said you wanted a $400 cushion, so obviously you're really taking into account maybe that you've got 1,800, but you've got that extra 400 cushion. Is there any way that if this takes another week, is it possible that you'd even have another 200 to throw in that so that you'd have an even 2,400? That way you basically got your 2,000 plus your 400 cushion. Or is it pretty much that every week I'm adding $300 or $400? Okay. So here's the thing. Because I think you get 4 to 1, you got 4 to 1 buying power with anything over what, 500, and then I think it's 6 to 1, or maybe it's anything over 1,000, and then it's like 6 to 1 buying power with anything over 3,500. So you'll have basically 4 to 1 buying power. But is there any chance that by the time you're ready to fund the account that you would have, let's just say for even round number, 2,500 in there? Because I'm gonna present to you the what I would do scenario based on whatever number you tell me that you're gonna have officially. You think if it takes you another week to get approved. Depends on the lady. Okay, let's just take $2,200. Okay, pull out the old trusty calculator here. So 2,200 times 4 equals, you're gonna have 8,800 in buying power. Okay. Um, if it were me, I would stay away from the low floaters. That's first of all. I would stay away from the low floaters. I would find stocks priced in at anywhere from we'll say 15 to, we'll even say 10. We'll say stocks that are anywhere from 10 to 20 some dollars. I'll give you all the way up to 29. We'll just say 10 to 20, 10 to 30. Okay, 10 to $30. Um, I would stick to I would make those your number one pick. Or if it were me, I would make those my number one pick. is stocks in those price range from anywhere to $10 to $30. Because if you get, let's just say with $8,800, you buy, you have let's say a $27 stock, and you want to buy 100 shares. That's going to be 2,700 times. If you want to buy 300 shares, it's going to be 5,400. So you would be able to buy $27 stock times 300. You'd be able to buy up to 300 shares. Now, I don't think you should. I don't think you should use all of your buying power. But even a $30 stock, let's just say if you're using half your buying power, or we'll say, okay, that would be a little better than half your buying power. You could afford up to 200 shares on a $30 stock. Second pick would be stocks anywhere from $30 to $50, right? Because even up to $50, you could take 100 shares, okay, and you would still be using just a little more than half of your buying power. You'd be using roughly, 60%, not quite, 58% of your buying power. But if you take a $50 stock, for example, let's look at JD. JD's $50, right? I mean, if you had caught this move on JD, where did I get in this morning? Where was it? It was right here. This is where I saw it bottoming. No, excuse me. This is where I saw it bottoming. I saw it bottoming, doing a double bottom here. And I called it. I don't know if you were in here, Notergen, but Yoni B, Sagar, whatever, whoever, if anybody, Work Diver, whoever's in here heard me undoubtedly. Well, I guess if they were paying attention, heard me call this. But I said this would be great to get in, even with just a couple hundred shares or whatever. But if you'd gotten in with 100 shares here, and you just put your stop at the low a day, 48.77, and let's just say, you got in at, let's say you didn't even get in all the way down here. You just got in at, as it was coming back up at 48.87. So at this point, you've got 100 shares. You're risking $10, right? And let's say it moved from 87 all the way up to this point here, up to the EMA, 49.17. So you take the first, say you take 50 shares off of that. Okay? So you've made $15 off those first 50 shares. And then you ride it up to the next EMA, and then you take it, say, at 37, the second 15 shares, right? Essentially what happened is, you've made a $45 profit off of those 100 shares. But that's on a $45, that's on a $48 stock. So when I say that, this is why I said that this needs to be your second option. Like, if I were you, I would really try to find stocks, and even just, if it were me, I would make a rule for myself. I'd make a rule for myself. I refuse to trade any stock priced under $10, maybe even under $15. Because pulling the calculator back out, let's say you find a $15 stock, you want to be able to get, you could have a stock that's $15 and say it's priced at like, I don't know, $15.65. Okay, let's just say it's $15.65. And you are pretty confident, like say it drops down to 15, but it's holding 15, and you're pretty confident, man, this stock's going to go up to at least retest 15.65 again. Okay, so you're looking at 65 cents there that you could possibly make. Well, if you got in with 200 shares, you're only using, you're not even using half of your buying power. You're using a quarter of your buying power, right? And so for you to get in with 200 shares, it moves up to 15.20. You go ahead and take 100 shares off. Just go ahead and lock in $20. And then, say it gets up to 15.50 and you don't even want to wait to see if it's going to, get all the way up to I mean, you could take your second profit there. You've locked in another $50. You've made $70 on that move, and then just be done for the day. Just be done for the day. I mean, that's what I would do. If I would just focus on making that $50 a day, man, dude, every single day. You can totally do that. But I would, if it were me, I would stay within a range of, like I said, stocks of a price point of 10 to 20 some dollars. That would be my first pick. Even like if I had to really narrow it down, I would just say 15 to $30. $30 being the max tipping point on that, because again, you want to be able to get at least 200 shares out of it. You want to get at least 200 shares or have that freedom, because here's the other part of it. If you find, let's say, a $30 stock, okay, or let's just say a $27 stock, and you want to start averaging in with 50 shares, like say this is at 27, but it's like, you're trying to catch a reversal and you're going to short into like some major kind of reversal like this, and you're like, man, I could get a good, at least $1.50 move off of here. Well, I would start with 50 shares. I would start with just 50 shares just in case it continues to go up more. And then you want to be able to add to that. You don't want to get to a point to where you can't add anymore and get yourself out of that trade. And so if you see a stock going up to $27, 27 times 50 shares, you're getting in with, you'll still have plenty of buying power. If you've got 8,800 in buying power, you'll have plenty of buying power to keep averaging up. But let's say it's up at 27, and like you just know, like you're looking at all the levels, and it's like, man, this we could get a move down to 25.50. Okay, well, if you hold that 50 shares, you're gonna at least make $50. You can at least take the profit at $26 and make $50, or take the first 25 shares off of there, lock in 25, and then let the other 25 run to your final profit taken mark. But if it goes up to say $28, then you can add in another 50 shares at 28 and bring your average up to 27.50, right? I wonder if it'll work. But then say it comes up to $29, and we all know that $30 is a big psychological number, and all the technicals still look good, and as long as there's previous areas of resistance, this is provided you're not shorting into a stock that has no previous area of resistance. But if you know that $30 mark, you're giving yourself time, in other words, to build a position, and then you'll have a 150 share position by that point. If you're averaging $1 in each time, you say you take the first one at 27, the second one at 28, the third one at 29, you'll have roughly a 27.80 average or something like that. I don't know what the math is on that, but you're sitting at $29, and this thing is so far, and this is provided it's already extended. Say it's already shot up from 25.50. And it went all the way up to 27, then it went all the way up to 28, then it went all the way up to 29, and then make your final add at 30. And say 30, now you'll have 200 shares. 200 shares. Yeah. So you wouldn't have even used up to, so you would have a 200 share average now at roughly 28 something, I don't know, but just imagine if that 200 shares, if it ends up curling over and coming back down, and then you get, let's say it doesn't even go down in your price target. Let's say it just comes down to 26, but you have 200 at a roughly a 28 average, and it might even be better than that. It might be like 28.20. I mean, you could let it come down to 27.50 at that rate and still make $100 on the day or more. So that's why I said, like, you if you're going to do an averaging strategy. Now, if I were new with this account, would I do that kind of an averaging in strategy? Probably not. And if I did, I'd probably go with even half those share sizes. I would probably start with 25 shares. But then you have to think to yourself, if you start at 25 shares at $27 and it doesn't go up any further, but then it starts working its way down to that 25.50 mark. Well, you're going to make, $1.50 times 25 shares. You'll make $37.50, and that'll be a successful trade. Okay, and so I don't know, man. I would just commit to trading within stocks that you can build a position on if you are going to average in. I would start smaller than whatever you think you're going to need. Because in that same scenario, if you started with 25 shares, you'd be all the way up to 30 with a 28-20 average of just 100 shares. Okay, and that might be a little bit more bearable to hold on to as it makes its way, starts to work back down towards the $25 mark. And you can still make good profit off of that. So I don't know. I'm just kind of, let's see, I really wanted to have a $20 minimum. I know it will be difficult to get high share sizes, but it's not in my risk tolerance to do the low floats and quick moves. I have to focus on quality ABCs and breaks. Makes total sense. Honestly, Matt, I'd be happy if my first week is break even, LOL. Well, here's the thing though. Your first week can be better than break even. Like this is the thing. This is the thing, man. I'm telling you, bro, because like I'm even speaking for myself in this. Like I get locked into this junk all the time. Like this stuff gets me, man. This gets me too. Okay, I have totally been, FOMO'd in and just trying to make more and getting greedy, and like that is the key. If you can stay away from the greed and you can really just make sensible trades with small share size and literally be fine with just seeing that you made $50 today, I don't see how that's not doable with a $2,000 CMEG account. I think it's totally doable. I think if you start with $2,000, dude, all it takes. I mean, let's even go through the trades today. Let's look at some of these. So you would have taken I haven't had a $20 stock today. Let's look at Uber. Let's say you would have traded Uber today. Okay. Well, look at this. A double top. Plenty of resistance here. Plenty of resistance, double top. Daily doesn't look that great. I mean, it's in consolidation, so it's primed for a breakout one way or the other. But if you had caught Uber here, look at this. Perfect area of support. Just like on JD, this would have been really easy to read. It's a what? It's a $30. How much was it? 30 when it came down here, it was at 31.59. You could have jumped in even with 100 shares here at 31.59, right? Or let's just say it was moving around here, it was chopping around, and you're like, man, this looks like this is about to reverse. And then you get in, let's say here at 31.65, and you're risking 6 cents because you're like, I'm gonna get out at the break of 31.59. Okay, so you're here, okay, and you're gonna give it to here, and you decide I'm getting in with 100 shares at 31.65. So that 100 shares would have been times 31.65, 31.65. Okay, I should have known that. So you're not even using half your buying power. But check it out, man. You get in at 31.65, and then you take the first, again, it's the same thing. Take profit at this EMA. It even broke through it, and so we'll just, to make the math easy, we'll say you took the first 50 shares at 31.95. You made 30 cents on the first 50 shares. That's $15. And then you follow it all the way up to VWAP. And let's say, I mean, honestly, if I had a hard time seeing it poke through VWAP, I probably would have taken it here. So let's just be realistic about this. So let's do 32.20 minus 31.65. So that's 55 cents on the last 50 shares. $27.50 plus the $15 you already locked in, you'd be up basically $42 on that trade alone. Okay? And really, you could have taken 200 shares. Really, on a move like this, why not take 200? And then just do break of this candle. You're losing 6 cents. You're losing 12. You'd be losing $12 basically on this move. Very low risk move. Very low risk move. And so if you saw this bouncing around here and it started, looked like it was holding support with all these confirmed support levels back here, all this junk back here. I mean, all this, look at all this. That's a key level. Man, I wish I was on this trade this morning. But if you started finding support, you jumped in with 200 shares, even better. Take your first 100 off at 31.95. You lock in $30, and then take your next take profit. Maybe we'll say 32.15 just to make it, just in case it doesn't, it gets a VWAP rejection. Let's just say you get nervous, you take it off at 32.15. So that's what, an extra 50 cents on that. So on that other 100 shares. So that's $50 plus the first 30, you made $80. That's it. You're done. Be done for the day, and be happy with that. Don't be greedy. Don't look for more opportunities like that. That's your move right there. That's your move right there. And if it was coming out of the gates, like say you saw Uber out of the gates, it's getting massively bought up here to the previous day close. Same thing. You got a lot of resistance all through here. And then especially if you notice the SPY starting to turn over, this is when the SPY started hitting up that real critical level. Look at this. We were watching this, and I don't know if you were in here yet, Notre Dame, but it started hitting this real critical level here, and then it started to fold. Okay, and this was a huge level we were looking at, and it was previous day close plus this critical level, and it started coming all the way back. And look, Uber started coming all the way back too. So if you'd been patient on that move, and say you went 200 shares short, right here, like 32.79, let's say you got in at 32.77, and you could have a stop at the break of highs, 32.84. Okay, well shoot, man, you get this move. Same thing. You could have held on to those shares and just lowered your stop. You could have made a great deal of money on that move. You probably would have taken the first 100 off here. I know I would have. Let's say 32.47. You lock in $30. It tests VWAP. You'll set your stop to maybe high enough to where maybe break even, to where at least you made $30 on the trade. But you get this rollover here. And then maybe down here at, I don't know, 32.37. Maybe you'll take another 50 shares off. Just to lock in, just in case, take another 50 shares off, and then let that other 50 shares ride, man. I mean, you could do very well. So, but that's why I said, like if you stick to these stocks between the $15 and $30 level, and you find just some really good exit, entry points, and whether they're reversals or, like you said, the ABC patterns, and even look, Workdiver agrees. Yeah, he says, I agree with your target set up ABCs. Yeah, for sure. If you focus on this, the point that I was making was to your original point. You said you'll be happy if your first week is break even. Dude, I think if you just come in here and knock out just $50 a day, man, even if it's less, even if it's like 40, come in, make $40, whatever. After fees and commissions, you're up. If you're just taking like one or two trades with that, let's just say you're up $30 after fees and commissions. Okay, if you just end $30 after fees and commissions, or even if you just end $20, let's say $20, you're going to end that first week with $100 profit. But I think you're going to do better than that. I think where people get messed up is they come in and they try to end their first week making $1,000 or making $5,000. Like they have these incredibly unrealistic expectations. But I think if you come in and you're just like, man, I'm just gonna make $50 and I'm done. I'll just paper trade. I'll sim trade after that. And I would be sim trading today too, but it wouldn't let me log in because apparently there's an update. I need to download the update. But all that to say, if you get in with, the mentality of I'm just here to make $50, and if you catch moves like on Uber and you end up making, if you catch these moves and you end up making $100 one day or $150, whatever. But if you just consistently drive that $50, I think you will, man. I think you'll make consistently after fees and commissions. If you really do it the way that you're talking about doing it, I think it's a completely reasonable. And if you just stop trading and take the profits and run, um, I think you can make $40 to $80 a day your first weekend. Um, and I think you'll make. I think you can make $200 or $300 your first week. And I think the next week you come in, you can make another $200 or $300. And guess what? When you get up to $3,500 on the CMEG account, 3,500, you get 6 times buying power. That gives you $21,000 in buying power. Now, again, I don't recommend you use all of that. I think it's irresponsible to use 100% of your buying power. I mean, even 90% of your buying power, maybe 60, 70% of that. You could use, but you tack on just a couple weeks, and of making $200-300 a week, you'll be good. And even if you are break even your first week, even if that's going to be the other good thing too, is if you have a losing day and you lose more than $50-80, your first couple of days in, whatever, just take the L. Just take it. Trust me on this one, man. Take the L. I was prepared to take an L today. I was down reasonably. I really thought today I was going to end the day down maybe $50 to $70. So I'm actually surprised that I'm ending the day up $32. Well, technically still down maybe 20 after fees and commissions, but yeah, don't try to fight the L. Don't fight the L, man. I think you're gonna do good, man. Just don't be too eager. Don't be too eager. It's kind of like when you wanna date a really, pretty girl. Like obviously, like before you met your wife, there might have been a time where you like wanted to date her, but you didn't want to be too eager. You didn't want to come across too eager, because women are turned off by that. They're not attracted to that. They don't want to see you like drooling over them and like trying too hard. Like they want to see confidence. There's a little bit. Obviously, you gotta. There's a balance of that. You gotta let them know you're interested, but you also gotta let them know that you're confident and whatever. If they don't want to find out what you're about, whatever. Like you got your life, you're good. You just don't want to come across too eager. And I think the stock market is very much the same way. It's that same, very similar psychological pattern involved with that, because you come across too eager, and if you try way too hard, it's going to run from you. The profits are going to run from you. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. You got to approach with a level-headedness, confidence, and a good solid mixed balance of that. So anyway, all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get off here and get to work. I think I said that like an hour ago, but always love having you guys here. Yeah, swoon the market note again. I think it was a pretty good day. Apple or SPY is getting a double rejection off those levels, off those previous levels here where it got the rejection around 10 o'clock. You can see it's just not making it over. Looks like it's going to come back. If we look here and this is really just to those of you who are going to continue to stay in the market today. If you look here on the daily, it's still it's butting up against that trend line. I think I can see it coming back, at least coming back to test, where the 20 moving average is. It may still rest. It may still sit upon that 20 moving average at 283.75. So that's a big possibility. And if that's the case, this is kind of where you're looking right down here. It could make a move back down here and just kind of consolidate really between these two areas here. But if it breaks VWAP again, it could come down, and this could end up being, a losing day on the SPY. I don't know at this point, and I just unfortunately don't have time to, sit around here and watch it. But if SPY does get this, this second pullback, just like it did over here, if it has a really hard time making it over, which it looks like it is, Um, there, you know, we could be lining up for some, you know, pretty nice shorts over here. And JD actually kind of looks like this looks like a good spot to get in. Actually, this would be a low risk trade. You could risk, you know, maybe 20 bucks here. I would almost be willing to get in on this because I think this can make its way back down to VWAP. Let me see what SPY's gonna do. I'll take that trade and then I'll keep you guys in suspense. You'll have to come back and watch the recap later to find out what happened. SRNE is dead. I'm done with that. It could reclaim these levels and squeeze back up. So, but I personally wouldn't mess with it. We're in a lot of chop right now. You can see ZM obviously came up here. It did what it always does. It breaks through and then it fails. You know, and then somebody's going to buy it, you know, or go short here at VWAP thinking that it's breaking, and then it's going to end up getting bought all the way back up here again. I'm calling it right now, guys. I'm just calling it right now. We'll see. Let's see what SPY does here. See if we can get a little bit of a pullback. I would love to get a pullback on JD up to maybe even 58. Man, that would have been a good entry point. Look at this. I tell you, these levels are solid. It poked right up here, guys. Tapped right up against all this. Let's see. Have we hit all-time highs? Okay, so what are the other levels it's hitting against here? No, this could break. So this is actually want to be could be a good 50 share move here on Apple. I'd wait for it to come up one more time and retest. But it may dump. If SPY starts dumping, Apple may dump. This may be a good $50 move here. I could see us getting a retest of VWAP for sure. See if Apple dies. Yeah, I don't know. I can't call it, guys. I can't call it right now. I'm not willing to get in. Anyway, all right, guys. Yeah, you're welcome, Notergen. You're welcome, Work Diver. Good to see you guys as always. And I guess we'll see everyone on Monday. Hope y'all have a good weekend. And be sure to check back later for the recap. And yeah. All right. I'll see you then. Take care.